Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody had a wonderful day yesterday, and I hope everybody's having a wonderful day today. So here we are back in our little base here. A little noisy. Move away a little bit. But we've got our little base started. We had our outpost yesterday, which was basically this. Yeah, basically this. So we managed to get everything moved over that we needed to, get it powered up, and then just make sure that everything is up and running. I did a tiny little bit of extra mining last night just to get us a little bit of extra iron. Not a whole lot, but mostly just to keep that proverbial ball rolling. So that way we could continue this. Let's get that down here. And just make it a little bit easier. God, I'm hitting all the wrong buttons today. Been playing every other game but this. And so my muscle memory is a little off. So, but getting some mining done so that way we have plenty of extra ore, because today we're going to be building our first larger hauler. Quick kill Diablo, yeah, something like that. What's Diablo doing in passive exile? Why am I riding a sparkly pony? But what I want to do today is go ahead and get a hauling vehicle put together that'll be able to hold way more stuff. But I've also been thinking about a long-term project. And one of the things that I was starting to consider was, while I was talking about wanting to keep the vehicles grounded. So everything, wheeled vehicles, all that jazz. But what if the bases could fly? And it got me to thinking about that game StarCraft. If you've ever played it and you've played the Terrans, then you'll kind of know what I'm going for. But the idea is that the bases, or at least the buildings, are capable of lifting off of the ground and then flying to another location. Slowly, but they're capable of doing it. And so that's what I'm considering, is coming up with a way of making bases that can fly. Now, what I would probably do is actually have it so that I would have not the whole base, but at least part of the base be able to do that. Most likely, it would act as a carrier as well as a refinery that I could then bring back to whatever the main base is, and then set it up so that it either lands on a set of legs or it lands on a foundation that it can snap to, and possibly both, because once it gets out to a location, it'll need to land properly and then be able to allow vehicles to exit it. But then when it comes back to the base, it can just land on a foundation and then merge block itself in place. And I think that's kind of what I want to try. I think. Hold on now. It's still a little loud. Doesn't seem much better, but oh well. Okay, so first things first, though. I need to get this moved over a little bit. Actually, that's... Okay. Kind of use it as an actual floodlight, which that does a really good job. Okay. So the next thing I want to do is kind of start planning out. Let's get some of those going. Right now we are at 5 wide, 5, 6. Probably need to tie those in a little bit better, but I wonder if it will let me. Will. Awesome. There we go. That'll anchor everything together a little bit tighter. Make it feel better. Okay, next up. What I need is I want another assembler to go here. Go ahead and get those made. And then essentially let's see, how did I want to do this? Because I need to set up where I currently have some refineries, because I can't run just off of a basic refinery indefinitely. I need to switch up to a regular refinery at some point. And specifically to quite possibly several refineries. So that. Let's get this built. Uh-oh. Yeah, I need another battery, which is going to get built next. And then I also need to kind of figure out what the superstructure is going to look like, because I need a lot more. Come on. I'm going to need a lot more power input. There we go. Now I have more storage. Yay! So let's get that second battery built. Go. Of course, that'll take just a little bit. Looks like daytime will be popping up here in just a little bit. Yay! So this is going to wind up kind of being what our little assembly area is going to look like. As far as a refinery goes, that is a good question. I'm not certain where I want to put the refineries yet. I do need to worry about where I'm going to put power storage. Well, not power storage, power generation. So yesterday I mentioned that I wanted to go ahead and do solar. And specifically, I wanted to set up some more vanilla-esque kind of solar solutions. Primarily because of the fact that I pretty much use Izzy's inventory manager and I use Izzy's solar alignment script almost exclusively all the time. And they really do trivialize, well, inventory management and solar alignment to such an extent that it's almost trivial, inconsequential. I don't have to think about it. But I also don't want to do huge solar arrays. So what I'm going to do is actually use smaller ones and more of them. The reason being that should the base get attacked and any of them get damaged, I want to be able to easily replace them. I want them to be cheap. Okay, now we have some extra power on the base. That should be good. All right. The next thing that I have to worry about is the power generation. I also want those. And I probably want some interior plates as well. So let's make some of those. Girders. Okay. The girders are fine as is. So in the case of this building, this is going to be interesting, but let's go ahead and kind of fill this out just a little bit more. See if we can kind of gently clear this without causing any major issues. Nope, never mind. Unfortunately, that wasn't anything too important. Just the assembler we hadn't actually assembled yet. That's okay, though. There we go. That'll feel a little bit better. Praise Clang! Yeah, sometimes. I mean, so you kind of have to. It's sort of like, blood for the blood god kind of scenario. Okay, that is too wide, which means we get another one over here. There we go. Ha 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 ha! And the assembler goes back in there. Exquisite. Why is my sensitivity nuts? Nope. Nope. Feels a little low. I guess that's correct. This feels real crazy today. Maybe it's just me getting older. Maybe that's it. That's just one of those things. Can't keep up with my own mouse sensitivity anymore. Okay. So, one of the things that I need to do, that I kind of have, so the way that this is going to work, and the way that I am envisioning this working, is being able to have a walkway up here, and then this back portion is more building. I can probably very easily put the refineries up here. And it would actually be kind of cool to sort of stick their fronts out of the back of the building. Let's see. So do one there and one there.
Inventory full.
Of course it is. Now it is not. And let's do the T-junction. Like that. You are straight. Yeah, that is correct. And there. Goes here again. Reconnect everything. And there we go. So now that should allow me to... Ow. Saw that HUD marker, that pip, go flying across the screen. I was like, oh god, we're all gonna die. Fortunately, that's not the case. Not this morning, though. Okay. So, that will lead to these. What I want to do here, then, is... What is it? This. And I want... Oh, this. Pop these underneath so it looks like they're actually supporting the refineries. That will actually look really cool. All right, I like that. And then we'll have the wall there. I may swap these out with some sort of window, maybe? I don't know yet. I don't know if this is going to be the full width of this building. And height-wise, I know... Actually, height-wise, that's not too bad. I might have to go 1 or 2 blocks above it just to make sure that the top is better armored. But I think overall that's going to be a good height, a good total height, because that does basically put it in line with where the wind turbine is. Which this poor one wind turbine is just not gonna do it. Okay, so with that out of the way, the next thing I need to come up with is how I'm going to attach. Let's see, how am I going to attach the solar panels? Now, what I could do is let's run this down here like that. Clean you up. It's not making vehicles at the moment. Rid of that. That. Okay. Ladder. And then just run a ladder up to the top on the outside. Yeah. You know what this game needs, and I'm surprised they don't have it yet, is hatch doors. Like top-loading hatch doors. Every other type of door, but those. Let's grab our graded stairs. Get that in place. Yeah, there's a scaffolding ladder, but there's no door. All of the doors are vertical doors. You know, ones that open up. But I'm talking like at the top of buildings when you go up the maintenance ladder to get to the roof. And specifically when you go up onto like office buildings or on top of retail buildings. They will typically have a hatch that opens up. They don't have that in this. Yeah, no worries. Welcome, what is that, Sectoid Gaming? I am always happy to answer questions if you have any, and offer suggestions, help out where I can. So, always happy, and especially because new players are some of the best because of the fact that they don't know what not to do, and so they'll do anything. That's one of the beautiful things about new players. And it's true for any game. Okay. Got some stairs going over here. You know what? Let's do some stairs on this side as well. And then with this, I think I'm actually going to replace it with an actual conveyor junction. Okay. The refinery is actually ridiculously simple. It's not a convoluted or complicated situation. But essentially, there are 3 levels of refinery. There's your survival kit, which, let me get this welded up real quick. Your survival kit over here, which you find on your first escape pod. And when you interact with it and go to production, then under production, you go to ingots. You go ahead and you queue up some ingots for construction. and then you feed it stone, and it will go ahead and break the stone down into iron, nickel, and silicon. And then you use those to start building stuff. That's pretty straightforward. As far as the basic refinery, which is the next step up, and the regular refinery, which is these big guys here, all you have to do is build them and then make sure that the conveyor ports are attached to a conveyor network. So here, what I have is I have an assembler with a basic refinery on the side, and the conveyor ports are facing each other, so they're basically connected. And that allows the inventory to pass between them. And then just put your raw ore inside of it. Stone, ore, and scrap. And it will automatically just start going through it. And little by little, starts just chewing it up, spitting out ingots. In the case of scrap, I think it usually just refines down into iron ingots. There are, of course, limitations as to the ore types that each will be able to handle. So the survival kit will only handle stone. Yeah, fair enough. Basic refinery is, let me see if I can remember this correctly, iron, nickel, silicon, magnesium, and cobalt. And then a full-fledged refinery can refine everything up to that point, plus silver, gold, uranium, and platinum. So essentially you want to work your way up to a full-fledged refinery, and that way you'll be able to refine everything and it won't matter. One of the other things is that later on, once you get your refinery built, you'll see on the backside these smaller ports here, and the assembler does this as well. These are the small ports for modules. And modules can do things like increase the amount of ingots that you get from your ore. They can increase the speed at which you refine, and they can decrease the consumption of power with your refinery efficiency modules. Yeah, that's true. There are plenty of series that are out there. A really good one is that Splitsy, his tutorial series. And he actually has several of them out there by now. But Splitsy's YouTube tutorials are really, really good. So if you're just looking, and in fact, they're great to have on the background. Like if you have a second monitor set up, put them up on the background or on the second monitor while you're playing. And it's really useful that way. There you go. That works too. And that's fair, you know. Whatever works best for you. Alright, let's not get the second assembler up yet. Let's go ahead. I should, and that's partly why I'm doing this, I need to get my O2H2 generator up and running. Oops. Get that going. Battery and that battery. Okay. It's not that bad. I mean, if you know, like, just basically how physical things work, you should be okay. If you understand gravity, you're fine. Oh, yeah, that can cause a problem too. That's when you start getting into advanced stuff, because anytime that you land one ship on top of another, there's one important thing you have to do with the baby ship. Well, yeah, that too. But what you want to do is when you park one ship on top of another, make sure the landing gear are actually engaged, and then turn off the thrusters of the baby ship, because they will fight against the bigger ship. That is one of those lessons that you learn fairly early on. And there we go. Now I have some O2H2. And I have some ice in the O2H2. But yeah, connectors always get people into trouble. So, and there we go. Okay. And don't worry, there are so many things that are happening in the game that they don't do the best at explaining. They do a fair job, but not the best. Yeah. It's not so much brushing up. First of all, a lot of people have been asking me, when are you coming back to Space Engineers? But then, of course, with Space Engineers 2 getting ready to be coming out here later this month, I figured I would jump back into it. Yes! It was funny. She sent me the screenshot that showed that I had it, and she's all like, what the hell? And I was like, well, talk to Kintar. And so she was upset about that. Oh, whoa. I've got an unknown signal nearby. Oh, nice. Well, definitely. Wait. What? Hey, thank you for the follow there, Sectoid Gaming. Much appreciated. Why am I having... I guess that's rubbing against it. This is actually the main base. So we started this new game yesterday. I already have the outpost built, so this is the actual base. What? Which one are you? You stop that. Fly into the ground, you bastard. What'll be? Ooh, new grinder. Don't need any of that. Let's grab... Actually, let's grab that thruster. That's some free metal grids right there. Thank you. And grab this. And I don't really need the rest. Yeah. Definitely, it's great to have big plans. Big plans actually really help you kind of figure out what you want to do in the future. Oh, come on. Get up there. Why are you having problems today? However, that being said, big ships require ridiculous amounts of work. So it's one of those... Definitely, there you go. Build the Death Star. There we are. Okay, let's drop off that stuff. Honestly, I'm excited for the new building grid. That's the fair point. Um, that would be cool. But I'm excited for the new unified grid in Space Engineers 2. I think that'll be a lot of fun. And just generally, I'm excited for a lot of the new stuff. For the fact that it's going to be a new Space Engineers for a change. Let's grab that. Correct. Essentially, the unified grid means that it's just one grid type. And it goes all the way down to, I think it's 25 centimeters. And then it goes all the way up to large grid size, as far as I'm aware of. What the hell is a mothball crew? Oh, God. Shrunk down. Yeah, that's okay. Sorry. I read that wrong. And yes, because it would have been very easy. Cruise, you dork. That's not going to work. Wow. I am special today. Well, and that was one of the things that I know some people were upset about when it came to medieval engineers. That's true. I'm always special. But with medieval engineers, that was something that a lot of people were kind of annoyed with, was how the game kind of, like, there was a lot of effort, a lot of work put into it, and then all of a sudden it just stopped. Now, I think in the long term, it was a good idea. I don't think medieval engineers had the same sort of following that Space Engineers got. However, I also understand why people were a little upset about it, because it was turning out to be an interesting game. And it had some cool stuff going on under the hood. And some fun physics stuff. So, every once in a while I like to go back to it and then poke around and go, oh yeah, this is definitely an unfinished game. Oh. There we are. Let's get this one done. And then what I will do is, I think I'm going to build up these walls here. Oh yeah, they still own it. Essentially what they've done is that they have converted it over to a community build. And so they have a community of people that actually maintain the game and do bug fixes and a little bit of work here and there. But primarily it's kind of a dead game at this point. Let's see, do I have more? I do not have more steel. Late. Medieval engineers. Yeah. Okay. That, thank you. Alright, what I would like to do is to go ahead and at least get a couple of solar panels going here. Now, I did make sure to try and build this as lined up with east as I could get it, just to make it easier. Hey, there goes the sun. So, do I have... I do. Awesome. And I also don't need that. I don't need that. Let's... You built. And then, because I'm thinking about it, let's Let's do some solar panels, some solar cells, and some small steel tubes, because invariably you need them. And there we go. There's that. Next up, what I want is, I'm trying to think of how I want to do this. I think what I'll do, I wonder how this will work. Because okay, so the idea, I don't know how well this is going to work. Get up here. Get rid of the timer block, because I don't need it now. Rotor. Keyston. So what I'm going to do is I'm thinking I'm going to put a rotor here. Yeah, put no rotor on the corner. Hey, how you doing? Let's see. I need an interior plate for that. Old Grumpy sounds like something you'd name that fish that got away. Honestly, I'm just thinking about that. That's like, yeah, that's the fish that got away. The one that has a legend that your grandpa's been telling you every year at Christmas for the past 10 years. I don't have any. I need some. See? Oh man, now that means I'm your girlfriend. I better get cuddles after this. See, okay, fair. I can live with that. All right, let's get up here. Let's do. There's the column. Not there. Let's see. I want that. Mostly for giggles. Okay, so Earth-like, definitely always go with Earth-like if you're just learning to play the game, or you just want a chill experience. First thing you want to do is start mining a whole bunch of stone and start putting it through your survival kit. Once you have, I would go ahead and get enough in there. Go ahead and queue up like, I don't know, 7,000 or something like that, 8,000. It's not going to matter in the long run. You're not going to go through all of that. That's just to make sure that you're constantly going through it. The next thing you want to do is get at least, I like to have about 30 steel plates. So that way I can start laying out a small platform that I will build off of. The other thing you can do, and this is worth noting, is that there are interior plates and steel plates. Steel plates cost 7 iron per plate. Interior plates only cost 1 iron per plate. And it only takes one interior plate to set down an interior block. So you can actually more affordably set out the scaffolding, if you will, for your interior blocks. And that's going to be cheaper than if you're using steel plates. Damn it, get up there. Yeah, exactly. And then once once you have kind of a little platform, like a 3x3, then you're going to need a wind turbine for power. And once you have the wind turbine, you need a basic assembler. And just go for those two things first. And like they mentioned, adding a medium cargo container to the back of the survival kit is a good idea. So one of those on the back of the survival kit, and then just make sure that the two conveyor ends match. So the big side with the big side. Let's slow down, Willie. The poor guy just started. This is his first day. Let's not go, getting them into trouble yet. All right, next up, I want yes. And then I do yeah, we'll do a block there. And I will eventually need a camera. Yes. I think a lot of us are going to be excited about Space Engineers too. The biggest concern that I have, though, hey, Hollows, is that they did recently, or at least it has come up, that recently they mentioned that there won't be Steam Workshop support, which has people a little concerned, and rightfully so. But it is early access. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe they'll change their mind. There we go. Then solar. Could do these instead. But before I do that, hinge lock that. Yes, it is. Also, thank you for the resubscribe there, Hollows. Velocity. I'll have to change that. All right, thank you for the follow, Old Grumpy. Much appreciated. And yeah, getting closer to 2 years, that is a frightening prospect. Another few years, and I will be working as a Twitch streamer as long as I worked at Geek Squad. Which is kind of scary to think about. Of course, doesn't come with all the baggage that working retail had. I am slightly more sane than when I worked at Geek Squad, so there's that. And there we go. Need more construction components. Hey, I have done streams where the door is open the entire time, and the cats choose to come and go as they please. That's one of those that, yes, I've had that door open the entire time, and they will come in for a while, and then they will go away. That's just, you know how cats are. You have one. Don't even pretend like you have no idea what cats are like. Hell, you're practically half cat yourself. No, that's the last thing that I want. Don't get me wrong, I love my cats, but I also like being able to breathe. Yeah, give that one to Hollows. I already have 4. I'm good. What you want. I'm sure I'll get over that. There we go. All right. That's done. And what this stack is going to wind up being for, assuming it all works out. Okay, now I can turn off the hinge lock. Is this stack will be for our little solar array. Oh yeah, and I've got to do the camera on top of that. Or no, on the front of it. Well, we used to have 5. We had 5 a long while ago. Unfortunately, the 5th one, Storm? The 5th one liked eating string, and the string did not agree with her intestinal fortitude. And thus, we unfortunately had to put her down. But like I said, that was... shit. That was over 10 years ago, so... Give me 1 computer. That's all I need. Yeah. Oh, it was roughest on my mom, because that was kind of her cat. And at the time, I was actually moved out of the house living with my then girlfriend, now ex. Apparently, grumpy old people have a thing with ex-girlfriends. So... Uh-huh. Sure she will. Okay, next up. Of course, while I'm building the solar arrays when the storm hits. Let's get this put in place. That one there. And there. That's true. Very definitely one or the other. They do not choose lightly. There's very little gray area with cats. That, and we'll actually stand them up like this. Yeah. Okay. Get this one done. Good news is, with the windstorm going on right now, at least my wind turbine is going to be effective. Well, sort of effective. Less ineffective, I think, is really the best way to put it. There we are. Okay, and then finally this one. Okay, so that'll take care of that. Oh, you, Sol Rot 1. And then Sol 1. That way I know that they go together. And then what I need is... Where do I want to put it? Let's put it here. Custom turret controller. Let's go ahead and get that built. And while that's building, just a second. Okay, I have opened the door. So, if they come down, they'll come down. At least two of them will. Oh, there she is. She does not miss an opportunity. Yeah. Yeah. Over here. Come on. Come on. Yeah. You're almost there. Come on. Into the lap. I swear. You can cat your way up here and then you just decide to stop halfway. For those of you who do not know, this is Smudge. She is such a sweetheart and so blonde it hurts. Yeah. Kind of chilly. Yeah. You're going to get your white fur all over my black shirt again. This is what I get for wearing all black all the time. Yeah, she is a gorgeous girl. She knows it too. She is an absolute sweetheart. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Oh, goody, the storm stopped. Let's finish getting this done. Ha, I gotcha. I gotcha. That they do. And most of them are true. Well, I have to get the solar tax going. Okay. Let's do azimuth. Oh. Set you to 0.5. And do 1. I need to rename that. Might be a little slow. Oh yeah, aim at sun. And no, that should be good. That's messed up, Kintar. All right, there we go. So what we've done is we have set up an automated solar array with a rotor, a hinge, a camera, and we've just got the 2 solar panels right now. Nice. And then we are using the custom turret controller to actually do the heavy lifting. So essentially, what you want to do is you want to set your rotor as your azimuth, and then you set your hinge as your elevation. And then your camera should be on top of, or connected to the hinge. Just makes it easier. Now, one of the things that you also want to do is make sure that your velocity multipliers are kind of on the low side. Otherwise, it will spin real fast and start wobbling itself to the point where it may actually wobble itself to death. So this is just one of those things that you can set up. It'll make it easier. And then also make sure always aim at sun is turned on. And it will always attempt to aim at the sun while the sun is up. And there we go. Custom solar array. Fairly cheap, should be easy to replace, and incredibly effective. And it looks like it is helping to generate us power. Yes, I know you're there. And I love you. If you would just stay in the lab. Exactly. So there we go. Now we're generating some power. What? You want over here again? You're a cat. You know how to jump. That's how you got over here to begin with. There you go. Look at you learning new tricks. Yeah. And if you just lay down, then you can just hang out in my lap. Oh, good. It's going past us. Ooh, and those shadows are mean, too. Oh, yeah. So fuzzy. And she is the daintiest of the four cats. Like, just absolute sweetheart. She's a scaredy cat, but just such a sweetheart. And she's also the most aggressive with her claws. Yes, you are. Did I hear the other one? Yeah. Yep. Go ahead. Dig them into my skin. So the red guys, in this particular case, modular encounters. So it's whatever. They get triggered I think it's like every 15 minutes. Yeah. You're a sweetheart. All right. Back to work. Lay down. Lay down. So we've got some power going. Now, the thing about solar is obviously it only works while the sun is up. Oh, typically do I have drones on. It's whatever settings come out of the box. So possibly. But as far as their trigger to attack, it's typically range. So if they get close enough to detect you, if you have a high range antenna, that may also do it. True. And that's one of the things that hopefully Space Engineers 2 will fix, is giving more options when it comes to interactive content. I think that's one of the things that they really want to address. I actually love hand mining. It's something weird, but I really do enjoy it. As far as the wind turbine, it's not so much a range. So I could conceivably run this out for probably, I don't know, 2 kilometers. In fact, I have run something out for 2 kilometers. And so as long as it's still connected to the same grid, it doesn't matter how far out it is. The only thing that matters for wind turbines is specifically what is around them and how high they are will affect their power generation. So the higher it is, the better off you're going to be. And then the more distance there is between it and anything else will also increase its performance. But it will not wirelessly charge anything in terms of like, so this power setup that I have here is not currently charging up my vehicle. If I wanted to recharge my vehicle, I need to actually connect this via connector to the base. So that's essentially how power works in the game, is that a grid is anything that is fully connected via blocks, or actually no, it's just fully connected via solid blocks. And then there are subgrids which can be connected via physics blocks such as hinges, pistons, or rotors, as well as connectors. Yes, it will. That's the other thing. As long as a wind turbine has ample empty space around it, it will generate power. It's just one of those things. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's, yep. Now I can't feel my legs. So, and actually, let's show how that works. Let's run over to my old outpost real quick. Yes. And that works out fairly well for the most part. Okay, here we go. I love this little thing. It seems to be a suitable scouting vehicle. It's fairly quick, too. Oh, I should grab some ice while I'm at it, since I'm over here. No, unfortunately, AI cannot handle wheeled vehicles. It's the weirdest thing, but the AI, like if you're using the AI blocks, they do not handle wheeled vehicles. Oh, that was Suffer Day, and it was Saturday, but yeah. I guess Sunday for you, but okay, so here what I have is my little outpost. This was actually my starting outpost. Yeah, there we go. And I have a connector on top of my rover. And then I have an inset connector attached to a hinge on the base here. So all I have to do is press that button. That will reverse the hinge and lower the connector. Boom, there it goes. And I press the button to switch lock. And now my rover is getting powered or recharged from the base, which is really useful. In fact, what I should do is set my I know what I'll do. disconnect. We will take all of our batteries. And that. Save them as a group. Now I can come into groups and do scout batteries, recharge on off. Boom. Oh, wow. Yeah, we need to recharge a little bit. Although mostly it's the small batteries that are about dead. But yeah, Suffer Day was essentially all of the worst options that you could pick to make the game as brutal and unfair as possible for maximizing suffering. Now, it was still a very doable experience. It just was incredibly slow, incredibly tedious, and really obnoxious. Not something for the faint of heart. But definitely interesting. I may bring it back periodically just because of the fact that there is some fun to be had there. I still have the scenario. That's, honestly, it wasn't the rain that was the problem. It was, yeah, I know, right? Fun. It wasn't the rain that was the issue. It was the constant attacks by everything. The non-stop it was the wolves. It was the raider pods. It was the modular encounters. The meteor strikes. Like, it's just constant death and carnage. And then randomly exploding for no reason. That was the other one. The number of times that I had died just standing there, not doing anything, and then just poof, you exploded. Like, what the hell? Where'd that come from? Oh, these weren't even setbacks. Are you back again? Just never leave. But I wish they were just setbacks. But this was just random murder. That, and part of the problem, and this is an issue with Space Engineers as a whole, is that the in-person combat is really just everybody's a bullet sponge but you. Oh God, lightning can suck a whole satchel of Richards. Do it. Don't even question it. Just straight up do it. Okay, we've got some power here. Wait. Switch lock. Then I hit that. But yeah, the problem with the FPS combat really just comes down to the fact that everything is a bullet sponge, and so everything can sit there and take, probably about 30 or 40 rounds of ammunition. And it gets really tedious when that is your combat all the time. There's no real hit detection, or at least proper hit detection. So shooting something in the head is not as viable as you would hope. Why does this keep having this? There we go. I had no issues driving this yesterday, and now today it keeps wanting to act funny. Oh well. Let's collect some ice. Since I'm going to need it for food. Mostly I just need this for the O2H2 generator. Go. Yeah, all of a sudden, it does that thing where the wheels start locking up. This is a problem that we had when I was doing industrial overhaul, and I was working on the vehicles for that. And the wheels kept having issues. Because, okay, let's save this real quick. What's going to happen is that as I churn, the wheels start catching on something. Don't know what, but they just start catching on it. Then, yep. Now I'm going to restart. And actually, the original Suffer Day had no jetpack. Well, it had a jetpack, but it was like low power. So the best I could do with it is essentially like skiing, like in Tribes. Yeah, and it's so the weird thing with suspensions and the weird thing with wheels is that they will start out fine. And then as you're playing, they will start catching on stuff inexplicably. This is a problem that I noticed that Splitsy's starter vehicle for what was the name of that? Scrap. Was it the Scrap Mechanic? No, not Scrap Mechanic. It was the Scrapyard Challenge or whatever. But his vehicles had that problem too. Yeah, it won't let me go. Oh, because yeah, okay. So here, no problem whatsoever. There is a bug in how suspensions work, and it's a memory leak bug because it doesn't start out that way. On a fresh save, as soon as you load in, you will not have any problems. But over time, your wheels will start locking up as you try and churn. And I don't know how I can fix it on my end. I've done all sorts of tests to try and verify, like, where can I change this to fix it? So I don't know. I don't know. Outside of, no pun intended, my wheelhouse. Let's head on over this way. And then we'll just go up this wall. There we go. And yeah, so like I can churn just fine now at slow speeds, but before we were catching on something. Something was stopping us. So I don't know what it is. This was a problem that I was having with one of my vehicles. The Porter, that's what it was. It was the grass. Goddamn grass. This is what happens when I go out and touch grass. Don't do it, kids. It's not worth it. Yes, I know you're there, and I have pet you many times. Yeah, you're adorable. Let's grab my ice. I know, right? Ew, nature, get it off. All right. That takes care of that. One of the other things that I'd love to see in Space Engineers 2 is for them to basically allow a camera view to be used on a screen. That would be awesome. And it shouldn't be difficult. Should it? All right. So I've got this going. The next thing that I need is that would be cool. Let's grab true. And that's so the reason why that is oftentimes a problem is because it's best done with the engine optimized for it. If the engine is not optimized for it and not able to handle that effectively, then essentially it's not going to work out too well. Yeah, it would. It would be awesome. All right, what I need here. What? You are just absolute, like you are. Oh, you are such a pain. Get over here, lay down, be pretty. I'm just gonna squeeze you into a smudge. Is what I'm gonna do. Just turn you into a proper smudge. Ah, there we go. Lay down. Which one are you? Oh, you're a Monarch Transport. Not too bad. That would be awesome. So what I need to do next is I need to go ahead and set up a new vehicle specifically for hauling. So let's look at how I want to put this together. Oh, good. You are recharging. That's what I wanted to see. So the first thing that I need to do is let's... Cat, I need that hand. That hand is important, okay? Okay, go on. You're being a nuisance. Let's... I have an idea. And interior... Nope, okay. There we are. What I'm thinking, though... Well, I'm not ready for them to be constructed yet, which is why I haven't started building them. Otherwise, yes, you are correct. I do. But I don't want to build them yet, simply because of the fact that I don't have enough power generation to handle them, as well as everything else that I'm doing. And I'm not convinced that I have enough resources to build them. Hence why they're not finished yet. So right now, the basic refinery is doing great. They finished everything up, so as long as we leave it alone, we should be fine. Then that. And for now, what I'm going to do is we're actually going to go ahead and do the rotor so that I can pop that off and small head this. Then rotor lock. Yeah, that'll work. And this way I can kind of build it elevated without it getting in the way. Okay. Next up, cockpit. Let's do huh. Let's do the flush cockpit. Yeah, that is a good one. It's also turned wrong. There we go. Actually, give me just a second. I'm going to go grab some more water real quick. I will be right. Well, let's not sit here and hover and waste fuel. I will be right back. Oop. There. Congratulations, Sectoid. Glad to hear it. There we go. Yes, I was just loving on you. If you would just lay in my lap, we wouldn't have this problem. Okay. Now back to work. One of the things that I want to do is let's actually bring that down. Oops. Okay. Now the back of the cockpit has the two small ports. Let's grab our small conveyors as well as oxygen tank. And the reason why I do want the oxygen tank on the back, even though there is some oxygen here already, But it really just has to do with the fact that during the storms, the oxygen level goes way down. And so if I'm inside of the vehicle when that hits, I want to be able to refill my oxygen that way. But I don't have to put an O2H2 generator on this. Unless I want to. Let's be real. If it's something that I really want to do, I can just add one. But fortunately, I won't need to. The next thing is I need to set up the containers. Nice. And we'll do a couple of these as they are actually here's what I'm going to do. There. Let's cut this out. Ooh. Gotta be careful when you're cutting stuff. Sometimes you accidentally cut your ship away from what you're building on, and then hilarity ensues. That's why you never fully weld up everything right away, and wait until you have stuff a little bit better conceived. But what I want is thinking, which is always dangerous. Remember, kids, don't think and drive. Yeah, we've already told them about that. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, I think I'll set it up like that because that each one of these, if I remember correctly, is 10. Yeah, 10,000 liters. So that'll be 40,000 liters. That is equivalent to two of these, and then some. So that'll actually help quite a bit. Let's also refuel real quick. There. And then what I'll do is go ahead and cross these. No. Well, yes. Sort of. There's no in-game way of doing it. There's essentially, like, you can't upgrade your inventory size. Whatever it is set at is what it's set to. However, we'll exit real quick. If you go to load game, so from the main menu, go to load game. And mine takes a little bit because I've got some large games, large save files. There we go. And then select, but don't double click, just select your save game. Then go to edit settings. Then under edit settings, go to advanced. And finally, you'll see character inventory size and block inventory size. These are the two that you would adjust to increase the inventory capacity. Now, ×3 for the character and realistic are whatever the defaults are for the game. And usually that's what I tend to leave it at anyway, because I'm so used to it, I don't care. But a lot of people will at least set their character inventory size a little bit higher. So it just kind of depends on what you want to do. And then once you hit OK, then from there you can load back into the game and you should be good to go. Yeah, no worries. Now it's got to load back in. Fortunately, this is one of my smaller saves, so it loads a little bit faster than the others. My SS Revenge, which is it's a giant battleship that I had been working on. That thing takes probably about 3 or 4 minutes to fully load because of all the mods that I have, as well as just the save itself is huge. What you doing, Goober? There we go. Back into it. Okay. And our sunlight is slowly going down. All right, so we've got the 4 modular containers here. What I want to do is let's get those set up in between them. And that'll just make sure that the inventories can flow between all 4 of them without much issue. That also will allow me to add, let's do this here. And then I want an antenna. There. And gyros. 3 should be good enough for something like this. We'll see, hopefully. And then the wheels. That's going to be the fun part, is figuring out where I want to put the wheels. Okay. Let's go ahead and get... because I pretty much know I want this stuff here. Let's get this welded up. And... oh, hey there, Nibbler. There we go. That takes care of those 2. Get this welded and this welded. That welded. Hey there, girl. Over here. Okay. Over here. There you go. Now come over here. Come on. Yeah, that's a good girl. Come over here. Come on. What is it with you goobers? You like have to be carried over. See? That's not so bad. Oh, there we go. Yeah, you're cold too, aren't you? This one you're barely going to be able to see her because of her markings and whatnot, but this one is Nibbler. She is such a baby. Yes, you are. Oh, you're going to get up there? You were just over there. You were just over here. No, that's water. That's mine. Anyway, let's stop wasting hydrogen here. Now, one of the other nice things about having the conveyors here is that I can also run one up to. Oh, now you're just going to jump off. Got it. I can run a T-junction. Let's just do a straight junction up here to the top, or what will be the top. And then from there, I can put the depressurizing vent on here. And that will allow me to fill up my oxygen tank once I get it finished. And so that way, once, and in fact, I could probably even set up an event controller to watch the oxygen tank. And so as it gets to a certain level, if it gets down to, let's say, like 20%, then it'll go ahead and turn on the vent so that it'll start pulling oxygen into the tank. And then while it's, over that, actually, I'd probably set up two. I'd set it up so that if it's under, let's say 20%, it turns the vent on. And then one where once it gets over 90%, it'll turn the vent back off. Okay, that should be good. Have those. Yeah, this is feeling all right. So let's go ahead and get this welded up. You were just up here, Goober. We're such a relaxation gap for what? Yeah, there you go. How am I doing on stuff anyway? That's what I mean. What I would do is have two event controllers. One so that when it's under 20%, it turns the vent on. And then when it's over 90%, it turns the vent off. There's that. And there we go. Let's get. Now I can probably and efficiently. I don't really have anything connecting those. So let's. There we go. Get a battery in here. Let's do the warfare batteries because that'll just fit nicely in that space. And we'll do a couple of them because this isn't going to be a vehicle that does anything itself. This is a hauling vehicle. That's all it's going to do is just haul. There we go. And then the other thing is Goober. What? I had you in my lap. You're now up here in my lap. I have you in my lap. See? You are happy, you are getting love, you're being held, which is what you enjoy. Such a huge pain in the backside. Now lay down. Okay, let's run this here. And the reason why I want to do that is so that I can use one of the conversion junctions, which I need some interior plate for. I need that hand, Goober. Here, let me get down. Do I have any interior plate? I do. Yeah. Okay. Let's throw this up here. And the reason why I want this connector or this conversion junction, conveyor converter, that's what it is. The reason why I want that there is because then I can go ahead and put a connector on the back. And that'll just make life a lot easier. Let's grab all that and then those. Give me the stuff that I need. Now, I'm debating on whether I want to put ore detectors on it. I don't think I do. I think I want it to just be what I take out to go collect ore. And especially because this particular playthrough is going to be primarily ground-based. That was one of the things that I set out for this is no ships. And that's just a self-imposed thing. For me personally, once I start getting a ship put together, and once I start using mining ships, the fun of the gameplay starts going down at that point. It starts becoming less and less interesting in the long term. Because once you have a ship, I mean, you're basically done at that point. So for this, everything is going to be, hopefully, ground-based vehicles. All of my drilling solutions are going to be ground-based, most likely with articulated arms and stuff like that. And hopefully, that'll make for a more interesting playthrough overall. Then, to get out to space, what I plan on doing is actually having a rocket manufacturing facility. So it will be, you were just in my lap and you got out. That's on you, Goober. But it'll be basically a facility for building rockets. Almost Kerbal Space Program style is kind of what I want to do. I figure that will be a fun way of doing it, as well as interesting. And then the premise will be to launch rockets to eventually get out into space, to then actually make a space station of some sort. And then from there, we can use that as a staging zone for building spaceships proper. but I want it to be a process. I want it to be something that we actually have to sort of work on. Yeah, I'm looking at you. All right, there goes our 2 batteries. Let's get antenna and 3 gyros done. And then after that, we'll go ahead and slap in our 2 event controllers. And the event controllers, like I said, are going to handle, and actually I could probably add more depending on what I need to do. What? What? I've taught you how to come up here. Over here. Then over here. I know you can jump. Do it. Don't be a pussy. Come on. Would you like me to bring it closer? Come on. There. See? Do that now. Over here. Did you want in my lap? You know what? Screw it. I've got stuff to do. If you're going to be like that, I'm not going to constantly drag you over here every time that you want up. You either learn how to cat. You've been catting for nearly 2 decades. And all of a sudden you decide that you want to stop. How am I missing? Whoops. That was apparently a fall too far. Oh, I thought I saw something over. Apparently, I didn't. I'm going insane. Nothing new there, honestly. We'll just pretend that didn't happen. There we go. Okay. So now I have my gyros and my antenna. I'm going to go ahead and drop the antenna's range down, though. Bring you down to 500. And what that'll do, first of all, is that the farther the range on an antenna, the more power it draws from the power source. But also, depending on what mod you're playing with or what settings you're playing with, the farther the range on an antenna increases the possibility of being detected by enemies. So it's one of those, how far out do you need your antenna to be? Now, the reason why you may want an antenna to have an extended range is because of the fact that your vehicle and your base talk to each other. So, for instance, that from your vehicle, you can use the action relays as well as antennas so that you can tell your base to open the door because you're on your way, like your garage door opener. You can actually have it go ahead and turn on defenses because you're bringing enemies with. There are lots of different activities and actions that you can perform with action relays and with antennas. So definitely something to keep in mind when you're setting up your vehicles. But let's grab the event controller. I need what now for you? Interior plate. Ow, I did it again. didn't even jump that time. I just fell off. Interior plate. Okay. 1 and 2. We get these done, and then we get to figure out where we're going to put the wheels. Now I'm going to try and put the wheels a little bit further out. And I think I'm going to use 5x5s for this. I don't know yet, though. All right. And you are EBC. Vent on. You are EBC. Vent off. And I don't have a vent yet. So that'll be the next step, is making sure that I have the vent attached, so that way I can start pulling O2 in. Okay, I think with... Okay, I think with the solar tower... Well, once we actually get daylight again, but right now, because I don't have the refinery, the basic refinery, and the assembler going at the same time, our power should be okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, okay. Ooh. That had me just a little bit worried when I start seeing those guys popping up like that. It's just like, why are there 3 of them? Let's not go there, please. And here goes 1 and 2. And part of 3. Almost there. Are you missing something? No, you just haven't finished it yet. That's all. About to say, you should have everything you need right now. Yes, there we go. There's that. And that. There we go. So that is the basic idea for our vehicle. Get this welded up because I know I'm still going to need them. There we are. Now, one of the other things that I want to do is I need some more steel plate, but just like the back where I have the conveyor converter so that I can add the connector, on the top I'm going to do the same thing so that I can add a turret. Yeah, that feels good, doesn't it? Okay. Oh, and I should probably also do some more interior plate. So what I'm thinking, actually, I don't even have to do. Let's see. Yeah, I do. Because of where I want it, I have to do it like this. What do you want, girl? Let's get some motors and get up here. Oh my god. You're terrible. You're as bad as your sister. Come on. Hey, yeah. You're just chilly, aren't you? It is kind of cold here though. And apparently cats really, really don't like the cold. They're Oh, hi, thank you for the follow there, Riley. Is it Riley or just Ryle? Either way. But oh, but apparently cats prefer a normal external temperature of about 83 degrees Fahrenheit, or is it 86? I think it's 86. And then they have an internal body temperature of about 103 normally. Gotcha, Ryle. Ryle, it is. You know what? I'm just gonna call you Bob. Deal with it. There we go. Grab those. And back up here. Let's see. Let's get one more. Where are you going? Where are you going? Huh? You trying to escape? Yeah? Are you trying to escape? Yeah, I didn't think so. And then do the C bend. And exactly. Exactly. There you go. Let's actually C bend that. And straight pipe this, this, and this. And then C bend that. See? There you go. Just lay down. It's okay. Paying cat tax. Apparently don't pay it enough. There you are. Okay. No, just lay down. Lay down and chill. Although, I forgot to actually put it in. There we go. Although I don't like it that far forward. Now I can drop you there. Of course. Small steel tubes. Always small steel tubes. Because why wouldn't it be anything else? There we go. And then finally, let's grab let's do the Gatling time or Mark II? Type 2? Yeah. That should be fun. And finally, we'll actually be able to put some of our magnesium to use. That'll be the important part, is actually being able to, like shoot it stuff. There we go. And boom, there we go. However, we are going to turn off your idle animation because that is... No, we got a storm going. Where are you going? Look at you figuring out how to do stuff. All right. Now that we've got that going, let's see about... we'll reconnect under here. So I can pop these off. There we go. And now what I want is my off-road wheels, right and left. And we'll do 5x5. Those are the lefts. Want to do... Let's bring that forward and see how that looks. That's going to be... It's a bit wide. Well, actually, it's a bit narrow up front. So I actually need to bring this down, I think, a block or two. And then, yeah, because it's got to be welded up underneath it here. Can I... That's out of the frickin' way. Damn it. There we go. I wanted those blocks. Because if I can get under here, like so. Oops, too far. Yeah, that could actually work. And then I'll just want a second set. Do a 6-wheeled vehicle because that just works in 99% of the cases. That will also generally make it more stable. One of the things that I have learned over time is it is possible to make stable 4-wheeled vehicles. You just have to have your wheel placement so that it is kind of wide but also long. But generally the best and most stable vehicles are 6-wheeled vehicles or more. So for instance, this little Scout was just 4 wheels. But by adding the 2 extra on the back, it now makes it incredibly more stable. And make sure that I don't have major flipping issues. if I put the wheels out a little bit wider, so probably another 1 or 2 blocks wider, and then brought, let's say, the front wheels forward by a couple more blocks, and these were the back wheels, and I put them back another block or two, then it would be more stable as a four-wheeled vehicle. But in the case of this, 6 should be more than sufficient. Okay, I think I know what you're talking about. I've not done that personally, but I can definitely see that working. But the problem that I wind up with is really it's just they like to. Gotcha. I just find in general that this is the easier way to do it without going into the settings and messing with a bunch of stuff. This just, from personal experience, works out the best. Let's drop you guys in there. And then I should be able to do that and that. And then I need this vent here. Get what we need for it, and then we can actually go ahead and add this to the event controllers now. Well, usually in situations like this where I'm making trucks, I just turn off back wheel steering, so I don't have to worry about that. Okay, people are O2 vent. Will be depressurize, and we will turn you off. O2. Okay, so I want this. Select actions. You are the vent. Toggle block. And you are O2 tank. And block is equal to or less than 10%. Or wait, no. Equal to or greater than 90%. Vent on. Select actions. Go to vent. Actually, toggle block on. Equal to or less than, say, 20%. And then O2 tank. Okay, so now that Okay, something is incorrect here. Oh, I know why. Do I know why? Oh, I'm not getting any oxygen to it because I'm a moron. Yeah. Um, it's really hard to fill something up if it's not actually connected. Oh, wow. What did you just knock? Oh, that's all. Both of you now? Okay. All right. Yeah, so it's like I said, it's really hard to fill something up if there's not an actual conveyor connection to it. So that's what we're going to do is fix that problem, which is remarkably simple. I hope. Um, let's see if I can do this. That's going to be difficult, but I think we've got this. Get some of this in here. And okay. Hopefully I can. Hey, what's up, clone? How you doing, buddy? There we are. There goes that one. And now I need. Awesome. Now go back to straight pipes. Oh, that's the T. And then awesome. Oh, that actually does sound like fun. Putting together a caravan. Let's see. Oh, I need more. What? The one thing I ran out of is steel plate. Let's get some more going. There we are. There's that one. And that one. There we go. Now you should be filling up. Awesome. There we go. Kind of a pain in the ass, but we got there. Next up. Is that? That is another storm. Hey, we can fill it with some O2 this way. thinking, actually, the back wheels should be placed all right, because most of the weight is going to be a little bit farther forward anyway. So they should be fine. Because even when I add the connector here, which, you know, now that I'm thinking about it, don't really need. I'll leave that there anyway, just because I think it's holding up the event controller that we're using. Let's use that. You in place. And then that way I can get the connector there. Yes. Straight line, straight line. There we go. Excellent. I just need some computers for that. And apparently construction... Oh, yeah, because of that. There we go. And this will help just make sure that I don't have any major tipping issues because of mass imbalance. And then... yeah, that'll work. Doing on power. Are we actually charging? Should be. We definitely shouldn't be going down in power. Oh, nice. It's always fun when you find that sort of stuff. That can be a problem. So finding a rover that you like but with less cargo capacity just means that you have an opportunity to expand it. And that's really all that you need. Oh, okay, fair. Hydrogen is important. What? You know how to get up here. There's that one. And then this one. Just have to get the wheels done up, and then I can cut this loose. That's not a bad idea. And especially because of the fact that with two rovers, that does allow you a little bit more flexibility in terms of how and where you wind up going. Yeah. You could definitely do that. All right. There we go. let that do its thing. That sounds like a good idea. And a good way to do it, too. Anytime that you are able to cut the distance of something, that does make life a lot easier. It also means less resources that are going to waste, or resources that are being utilized for frivolous things. That'll be good. That's one thing that I have yet to really get into, are the drones. I keep meaning to. I keep meaning to find situations where I need to do that. But which one is that? Europa? I think. It does have other. Yeah, Europa has all the other resources. I think it even has uranium on it, but I'm not 100% certain. Yeah. But Europa, plenty of ice. It does have iron, nickel, silicon, magnesium, cobalt, silver, and gold. I don't remember if it also has uranium and platinum on it. Let's go look it up. Space engineers, planets. Go away. Let's see. Jesus Christ, all the freaking pop-ups. Europa. Apparently, okay, so the excluding the icy base layer, the resource deposits are as follows: nickel, iron, silicon, ice, magnesium, platinum, gold, silver, and cobalt. So it does have platinum, does not have uranium. Yep. Which that's good, because then that means you are a big boy. No, it has no atmosphere. It's a big ball of ice. It's a tiny ball of ice, really, but no atmosphere. No, the ice ball that does have a tiny bit of atmosphere is Triton. But as far as Europa goes, no atmosphere. But it's a big old ball of ice, so it's not like you're going to be hurting for fuel for your O2H2 generator. Gravity. It doesn't have an atmosphere, but it does have gravity. And ion thrusters really don't like gravitational fields. All right. There's that. As far as I know, let's see. Space engineers, ion thrusters. Uh, bu- 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 okay. Um, not seeing anything about it. So I don't know. It may be that Europa has a pseudo atmosphere, but there's no reason why ions shouldn't work around it. It just, I don't know. I almost never use ion thrusters. Generally, I use hydrogen thrusters for everything. All right, I think we are set on the main build itself, outside of putting some skin on it. So let's cut you loose. And there we go. I like the fact that it sits kind of tall. All right. Let's go ahead and throw our handbrake on there. Huh. Good question. I know, let's see. The gravity on Europa is 0.25 G. And then on the moon is the same. So they have equal gravity. The one outside of, yeah. All right. The next thing is, let's see. Oh, whoops. I'm out of steel plate. We're going to need more. And Europa is the normal moon of Mars, if I remember correctly. Moons of Mars. Oh, no, it's not. They are Phobos and Deimos. Okay, so the real life moons of Mars are Phobos and Deimos. The actual moon of Mars in the game is Europa. Yeah, see what Bob said. Not going in real life yet, but that aside, yeah. So I don't know why your ion thrusters are having problems. I need. I think so. Europa. Jupiter. Good old Google. What am I doing? There we go. Okay, let's bring this across here. Yeah, that's what I thought. But Europa and the moon have equal gravity. So it shouldn't be an issue, technically. drag this down. Oops. Here. You're in the way. Just completely in the way. Get this welded up. I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not gonna fully armor this thing up so much as just getting some of this in place. I also need to make some ammunition. Doot, 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 doot. And there we go. And then as far as a color, I think I'm going to go with that yellow again, because that was a good color. We'll also play around with some additional stuff. Oh, whoops. Yeah, it was a good thing that I decided to, well, stop. Oh, man. Come on. Actually, you know what? What I should do. Yellow is a great color. Yellow is a lovely color. Let's just do that. Look at that is a beautiful color right there. That is a beautiful yellow. I am not likely to lose that vehicle in the desert. No, they don't. At least not that I'm aware of. I've not tried, honestly. I think it's a similar situation as the moon. Hey, give it a shot. If it's one of those things where it works, then it works, and that's awesome. Huh. Is that for Europa? Because I don't remember Europa have, well, okay, I always have weather turned off. So in all fairness, Europa is the weirdest ball of ice in this entire game. Well, if you're using, okay, so if you're doing that, just use hydrogen. Because if you're going to be using Europa as a fuel source, there is so much ice on Europa that it's not going to be difficult to refuel at all. So, let's see. What I also need are. Get up there. Thank you. Motherfucker. Just up here. Thank you. All right. Now that I'm done dicking around, apparently, let's grab our floodlights. And floodlight, floodlight. Okay. I mean, I guess. Let's do. Let's see, let's do that one there. That one there. Well, that's the thing, is that typically the enemies are only going to spawn around you in most cases. So you generally don't have to worry about that. It's just when the drones get near to your position that it can cause an issue. And do I need, nope, not that. That. There and there. Kind of give this a proper front end. No worries, man. No worries. And finally, want that and that. Actually, you know what? Kind of like. Give me that. Thank you. Kind of like the idea of this. And then do these here. Or no, not these. We do these here. Keep that form factor low. Then I can do that one there. And then let's see. This. Nope. There we go. That'll be better. Yeah. That makes me happy. Okay. Then I tidy it up with this. And nope, this way. Yeah. Nope, that one. Which then gets this guy. You. And you. Oh, yes. Give me that. That is sexy. You are there. Now I need the little short base. It's only in creative. Now, there is a mod that allows you to mirror mode, but I don't have that enabled right now, so. But I'm not too worried about it. Oh, yeah, that is BEA beautiful. Now, I need this here and that there. Plus, after you've been playing long enough, you tend to not need it as much. And I do kind of enjoy this part of the construction process anyway, so it's okay. I will cope somehow, some way. I will find the strength to carry on. Let's see, I can do this here. Then this. Like that. Square that. Then we just round this out. And there's that. Oops. Clean this up here. Excellent. Yes. That is starting to look nice. Then I can throw in let's see. I think I like them sitting down there. We'll get ourselves the 2 floodlights as headlamps, and then after that, we'll go for a quick test drive. There's that and that. All right, buddy. I need you out of the way. Yeah, our wheels are having problems again. Don't get it. Yeah, that'll be fun to get all of the... Okay. Let's get these back wheels taken care of. I have no idea which ones are which. I should probably go look at that. Let's do this. You are going to be wheel right front. You are wheel right back 1. And you are wheel right back 2. Speaking of back, you're back. Yes, you are. All right. And you are wheel left front. Or wheel left back 1. And wheel left back 2. Grab our wheels. And that's a good question. That's not one that I've dealt with. Let's see. What do I want as a name? Let's call, well, go. Need a name. Need a name. We'll call this Stengen. Don't know why. It just popped into my head. So, Stengen wheels. And you 1, 2, 3, and 4. Name those correctly. All right. Oh yeah. those those are definitely going to work as far as the gyros go. Alrighty. How we feel driving wise. Feels good. Moves fairly well. Yeah, that actually should be pretty good. What you doing, girl? You look very intent on something. Here goes the real challenge, though, is how well will it handle? Oh, just fine. Just, yeah, we should be good. Okay. So Stengen should be awesome. And come back down here again. Yeah. Beautiful. What's it doing or not doing? I guess is the question. Now that I think about it, I might want to go ahead and put some that sounds like fun. Yeah. That's pretty good. And it definitely sounds like it's bugging out. All right, give me just a second and I will be right back. Let's not do that. There we go. All right, back in just a few. Okay, and I'm back. Yes, they do need sunlight. Basically, think of an O2 generator. Excuse me, the oxygen farm, like a solar panel. The more sunlight it gets, the better. Um, Generally they do. Now you could be in a situation where you're getting bugged sunlight. That'll happen sometimes. Okay. Yeah. Like you honestly, if it should work best with direct sunlight, but again, yes, as far as I know. You'll have to forgive me. I am hungry and there was food, so hmm, so good. Okay. One of the things that I wanted to do was to add ore detector. Right. But light is still going through glass, so it will actually get sunlight that way. All right, I need have everything I need. Let's throw in get rid of you guys. Ore detector. Oh yeah, sorry. Thank you. I'm always AFK for tea. All right. Let's pop these under here. Get absolutely. The more forgetful I get, the older I am. Hmm. All right, there we go. And awesome. No, this is better than a mouth orgy. I know you won't agree, but this is better. I do not have a server for Space Engineers. I typically play single player, so that's not too bad. That sounds pretty normal. I say do it. There is nothing wrong with having a copy of Space Engineers. It is a great game to have. Ore detectors. Ore detector 1. Ore detector 2. Awesome. Yeah, there you go. Oof. Yeah, that is one of the biggest problems with the console versions of SE is that their performance kind of sucks. Also, hey Angel, how you doing? All right, let's go. Actually, you know what I need to do is I need to try and find some silver and gold. I thought I had. just the regular ones. Okay. Yeah, well, just finished building a new one. Yeah. I've still got the Scout, but this is now the Stengen, specifically designed for large hauling missions. So it should do a little bit better for what we need. Plus, with it enclosed and offering oxygen, I should be good in most situations. And that's fair, Brett. I know a lot of people who really just do not enjoy the game by themselves. But as soon as they get into a group of people, it's the best game that they've ever played. So I totally get that. I generally don't play with others, mostly because of the fact that I'm on again, off again with the game. Sometimes I'll go probably like a month and not play it myself, for myself kind of thing. Oh, nice. Getting some airtime here. And not finding anything out here. Now, Scrapyard definitely sounds like one that is a perfect multiplayer scenario. Let's see. Trust anything. I do like this part of Purdom, though, the desert part, where it's just rolling hills. Like, I want an entire planet that's mostly like this. None of the stupid deep ravines. Maybe like one, just for, like a landmark, but mostly just rolling dunes around the entire planet. And then ice caps. Pretty much. That's true. That is pretty much all it is. But it's got it. The problem is that the terrain variation is either rolling dunes like this, or you get these really deep chasms or mountains. And I want less chasms, and I want more just dunes. Periodically, like basically think Arrakis. If you've ever watched the movie Dune or read the books, basically just a whole lot of sand, rolling hills, dunes like this, and then periodically little clumps of mountains or plateaus. I think that would be a lot of fun. There's actually quite a few of the ravines and whatnot, the chasms and crevices and such. Yeah, that definitely sounds like a problem there, Brad. Toot. We've got iron. Yeah, that's true. Maintenance is the biggest problem with running a server. Like, if you knew it was just going to be for a little while, it wouldn't be so bad. be off now. You're not. Weird. Well, that's screwed up. Oh, one of those. I hate people like that. Kind of people who are like, you know, because I messed up, I now have to make everybody else suffer. Whee! Honestly, if I ever ran a server, I would definitely keep the mods to a minimum. Basically, build vision, build info, leak scanner, leak finder, and I don't know. Probably a couple of like block mods. And maybe modular encounters if I really feel like it. What are you? Cobalt. That's it? Just cobalt? Okay. Ooh. That looks like that should be some ice over there. That's a good way of doing it too. Generally, unless he starts doing like a full-on bot network where he's utilizing essentially hacked devices or spoofing a ton of IP addresses. That's true. Yeah, my plugin, my mod list is ridiculous. Let's see. I don't know. Some people get real petty about that sort of stuff. Oh, 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 oh. Where are you? Okay, you're over there. I remember that was a big issue for my brother, sister, and I growing up. Is that because we were all playing on the same home network, but we were all trying to log into certain online games, it would actually get pissy with us. Like, you can't do that because you all have the same IP address. And it's like, yeah, but we're on 3 different computers. Hmm. Okay. I need... I need to figure out why my event controllers aren't working. Oh, I bet that's why. Okay. Because I have inventory or cargo, not gas. Okay, and then off, on, off, on. And okay, so equal or less than. Turns that on. At greater than or equal, threshold is 90%. Select actions. Turn that on. Okay. And then two vents. Off. All right, we'll just turn it off. Let us continue. Whoop, 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 whoop. Nope, 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 nope. And come on, where's the gold and silver, bastards? Also, I need to add. Oops. Increase strength. No, not do it again. Let's redo that one. And let's put that one. Decrease strength. There we go. There we go. Oh, now down here is where some ice is. And cobalt. There we go. Oh, I could, but I'm not too worried about that. I like doing it by hand. Like, I'm one of those, I know I could do a lot of things automatically, but there are also a lot of aspects of it that I like doing personally, just because it feels a little more hands-on. And it's a personal preference more than anything else. Okay. Let's come down here. Yeah, that's true. There's that. I don't need a ton of ice. Hey, welcome back, Sectoid. Yeah, just finished building it. It's not finished, but it's functional finished, so that's what matters. Let's, I think, go up this one. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, this is all vanilla. Actually, Fred, this particular run, I'm not going to be doing a bunch of flying vehicles. This particular build is primarily grounded vehicles. And that is on purpose. But yeah, Sectoid, this is all vanilla. The only mod that I used for the construction of this is one called Build Vision and Build Info. And both of those are incredibly lightweight mods. And all they typically do is give me information about the block that I'm looking at, as well as being able to access the settings for some of the blocks. God, fair enough, Sectoid. And then as far as transporters, again, all of it's going to be ground-based. I don't know yet about anything larger than this. As, you know, this is only day 2 of the playthrough. I had thought about doing a mobile base similar to the bases that the Terrans use in StarCraft, where it can pick itself up and slowly fly to a new location and then land there. So that's kind of the direction I want to go, maybe. For planets, I'm going to use rockets. I'm going to go ahead and have a rocket factory I'll have blueprints for the rockets that I can then build and then launch that way. This stuff is so good. There we go. Now I just need to pull the ice. Oh, and all this stuff back out. You and me both. Anything else in it? No, we're good. And that's a good way of doing it, Sectoid. It's one of those things that oftentimes having small outposts to operate from works out really well. I imagine so, Brett. That lag would be absolutely murderous. Wait, how are my batteries doing with my solar power? Oh yeah, we're doing good. So, what I need is I need a connector. And I need to figure out where I want to connect it. But I also need to figure out how I want this to connect. Let's see. I have 2 different vehicles that I need. Good Lord. I have 2 different vehicles that I need to figure out how to connect. This one connects from the back, the other one connects from the top. But they are 2 different heights. So if I connect this one, not quite. Let's see. Idea. And I bet, if I had to guess, the reason why I'm having problems is because of these. Okay, for that, what you want is an O2H2 generator. So right here, I have the O2H2 generator. And again, it needs to be connected the same way to your conveyor network. There's also a smaller one that fits onto small grid vehicles. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Yeah, here we go. This is the smaller version, the O2H2 generator. It has two small conveyor ports on the front and then a large one on the back. And if you still have your survival pod intact, your escape pod intact, you should already have one on it. But then once you have one built and it has ice, then you typically just have to come up to your survival kit and use it. So if you look at your survival kit and then hold F, that'll recharge your suit and it will refill your hydrogen and oxygen, assuming you have those two gases available. What I need... Yep, that's what I thought. That's not going to work because... Yeah, having one or two extra hydrogen bottles is never a bad thing. Okay, you are about one block tall. Oops. This is hard to do. Wait, when did your turning get turned back on? Oh, I never turned those off. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. At least I thought I did. You don't technically need all of them, but if you can afford all of them, do it. The way that the DLC works for Space Engineers, and obviously, hopefully you have some experience with it, but there is free portions of the DLC that are just added to the base game, and then the extended stuff is usually just extra blocks. So I would say personally, the Warfare ones are really good. Signals is good, or Signal is good. Contact is good. They're all really good. So, fair enough. All right. So, my connectors are roughly about the same height. If I put one here, rotate, hinge here, and then I rotate it up. I still have to... Okay, I need to extend this a little bit. There we go. With mods, no. Well, sort of. They have some mods, but they're very bare bones. Nothing that can run additional code, no scripts, anything like that. It's tragic. Which, as I mentioned previously, and also came up, Keen, and this is a boneheaded maneuver, in their infinite wisdom, have decided that for Space Engineers 2, they will not have Steam Workshop support. And it has upset a lot of people. They are only going to be utilizing mod.io, and their reasoning for it is they don't want to separate the community. And it's like, yeah, but the community's already separated. And that's not Keen's fault, that's Sony and Microsoft's fault. There we go. Exactly. I know what they want, but the reality is that Space Engineers is a PC game, by and large. And so, taking away the one thing that gave it its identity is a really bad move. And I think it's a bad move for Keen because of the fact that so many of their players are Steam users. That's just the way it is. I understand why they want to do it. I just don't think it's a good idea. I think it's a terrible idea. I know, right? Space is always jump. Shift is always run. Control, however, can sometimes be either crouch or sneak. Yeah, talking about the fact that Space Engineers 2, is not going to have Steam Workshop support. Well, it depends. C or control can be either crouch. Hell, I've had X be crouch before. I need interior plate. Exactly. That's one thing. Keen said that we feel that mod.io has all of the same or equal features to the workshop. And it's like, no, it doesn't. That's not even close. Plus, it doesn't have the same backend that the workshop has. So, at the end of the day, it's one of those that absolutely it is a bad decision. Now, if it was a situation that there was perfect parity between the Steam or Windows version and console versions, then I could absolutely see them going to a singular mod backend. But the fact that console versions and PC versions are so different in terms of what their mods are capable of, that keeping them separated is not a bad idea. Yeah. So at the end of the day, when it really comes down to it, I hope it's a decision that they reverse. And I hope that they see that it is a bad decision, considering the fact that I don't know the numbers, but I would assume most of their players are on PC. Yeah. So again, so many features that are missing. All right, what I need. This, and then what the fuck? Hold on a second. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Somebody at the door, so wanted to see who it was. Okay. So what I am looking at here is I need a way. I need. How do I want to do this? Duh. Oh. Oh, I see it now. I see it now. Okay. I need to do two things. First of all, this needs to go away and it needs to become a hinge. This then build what I need. Fuck that. I would kill the serial killer. Slowly, of course. You gotta do it slowly. You gotta make it torturous. I would make them watch my streams. Okay. We get this. And we get that one. And then what I will do is bring this down a block. So elbow, and then elbow facing out this way. Then put a rotor with the connector on it. And in that way, I just rotate the connector rather than doing anything else. And then when I'm done, I can actually just roll this out of the way. Or, flip it up out of the way. So that goes there. This comes down here. That goes there. Oh, no. No. I have to move it out just a little bit farther, I believe. Then we use the advanced rotor here. Nope, 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 nope. Stop being dumb, Cruz. I need you. I mean, nothing will ever stop me from being dumb, but I can always hope. Something like that. Okay. Then this. Then advanced. And then connector. There we go. Let's get what we need for that. So what will happen is that this connector will be able to rotate. Essentially rotate 90 degrees down or up. There you go. I made them sit there with the cats. But so that way I can rotate it down to charge the Scout or rotate up to connect to Stengen. Now, the only problem is that with Scout, I would have to drop this down a little bit. Oh, God, no. No! That is a horrible, horrible sentence. However, the Red Dead Redemption remix of Thick of It wouldn't be so bad. I could listen to that for 16 hours. Am I out of iron? I am indeed out of iron. If only there was a source of iron that was close by and easy to get to. Oh, looky here. I have my iron nearby. Well, I would if I was actually like connecting underneath, but
Full.
oh God, no. That's terrible. There we go. But since I don't have anything connecting underneath, that and my problem is I'd blow the connector off the bottom of the vehicles all the time. Be driving along and then just bang. Oh, there goes that connector. There we go. You really should. All right, there we go. And really, I just have to make sure that, okay. Lower limit is 0. Actually, yeah. And then upper limit is 90. Then I will set your velocity to -1. And then reverse. Well, in most cases, a lot of the stuff that I'm doing is with build info, or excuse me, build vision, which is just, hold control and then mouse wheel up or down. There we go. Last 3. And there we go. And then you are extension connector. Ooh. Yeah, Build Vision is the best mod ever made for any game. Hands down. And it's one of those that honestly should just be in the base game because of how good it is. Switch lock. Am I not close enough? There we go. Nope, I'm sorry. Anything Ark related immediately sucks. That's just... Sorry, sir, you are disqualified. I'm sure that Ark is a really good game, but I just... Nope. Like, there's just... No. I can't get into Ark at all. I have tried multiple times. I have tried so many times to get into Ark. And every single time I'm like, no. This is... No. No, it's not that. It's just everything about that game is just... Meh. Still not better than Build Info or Build Vision. And then you add into it the spray paint mod. 2 of the best mods ever made. Now, granted, this is of course if we're not considering Skyrim mods. Because if we're considering Skyrim mods, then the Jiggle Physics mod is the best mod ever made. So a game can have a lot of the same aspects as another game that I really enjoy. But if the gameplay is obtuse, if the menu system is rough, and the control scheme for just about everything is obnoxious, it doesn't hold my interest. That and the fact that Arc is over 100 gigabytes to install. There's just nothing about Arc that I personally find interesting enough to keep it installed on my computer. Yeah, see, exactly. So if I'm going to spend that much space on a game, I'm going to have Red Dead Redemption 2 installed. I'm going to have GTA 5 installed. I'm going to have this installed. I'm going to go with games that I actually actively enjoy more. 2, 3. And then I've got like Warframe. I've got all sorts of other games outside of Arc. God, yes. Oh man. Now, first of all, I do miss playing Eve. Eve is I spent so many years playing Eve. Sleep is for the weak, and I am the weakest of all. And you know, that's funny. When I was playing Eve, like actively playing Eve, the corporation and then later on the alliance that I was with, we actually had our own section of space. And this is way, way, way back in the day. And there were times I actually felt safer out in zero security space than I did in Empire space. And I actually preferred being out in 00 just because if there was somebody out there that I didn't know, there were one of two things that was going to happen. First, I was either going to go ahead and get to a safe spot. And second, they were most likely going to either try and shoot me or get shot at. But those were the outcomes. And very rarely were there enough people in zero space in nullsec to cause me that sort of an issue. And if we were at war, then I always knew I had something to do. All right. You're now connected. We have Stengen all set up. Needs a little more work, but we're getting there. And then you are Dr. Hinge. You are docking advanced connector. Not connector. Docking advanced rotor. And then you are docking connector. And there we go. How's the batteries doing? Actually, the batteries should be fine because they're not using a whole lot of power. Let's grab production. Make some of this. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Now, I'm not 100% certain how I want this back end to sit. So let's go ahead and just get a light there. You're going to have your maximum radius of 20 meters. You're going to have an intensity of 1. Floodlights off. Huh? Which connector are you talking about? Are you talking about this one? Yeah. I'm not going to be moving anything through it that is going to be bigger than small conveyor. It's primarily just going to be ore and ammo. And ammo will fit through small conveyor, so I don't have to worry about that. This is primarily going to be an ore truck. Oh, yeah, fair enough. Miners always wind up getting screwed in Alliance Wars. Yeah, that's true. In this particular case, I should be alright, though. Alright, so now let's get... Let's get some buttons. Actually, you know what? Make those. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that's the other thing. A CCP has a terrible habit of changing things in such a way that it really does screw up a lot of how people actually, play the game. Okay. I need you to be switch lock. I need you here to be reverse. And then you to be reverse. Okay, so disconnected. And make sure that that whoops. Oh yeah, lower limit. No, upper limit needs to be 0. There we go. That's the thing. CCP was always getting into trouble too, in one way, shape, or form. Like I remember when they were getting in trouble for handing out the blueprint originals to some of the people that they liked more than others. That was the craziest stuff. Thank you. It's an attempt. We'll see how it actually works. Now I should be able to move this out of the way. And then you are the hinge. This is going to be the main base. So this particular building here is for basically assembling and refining. I've got my 2 main refineries here that I just haven't started working on yet. Now, just drop this down, roll up under. And then we can connect and recharge this way. And then if I really, really want to, just it's probably going to be in this location, but it's not going to be this building. I could, and that's probably not a bad idea. The only problem, though, is where it's connecting to right now. So I wouldn't be able to effectively do that because it also still has to be connected to the conveyor network. But honestly, this works out fairly well. I almost should put like a mag plate or something up here, so that way I can attach the scout to it and then just leave it up on the wall. That would actually be kind of funny. Might have to do that for giggles. The only problem would be is if the base loses power for whatever reason, that thing would fall off the wall. Okay, so let's drop this back down. That would make for a good decoy. Like, oh. Let's switch that and then lift that. Yeah, I could probably do a lot of things differently and get better results, but I think in this particular case, this is actually going to work a lot better. It's going to work well enough. That's all I need it for is this. Oops. And I can just lower that and twist that. Now, what I should also do is put an action relay in here and then put one on how would I do that? Put one on the I would want to set up a set of event controllers, timer blocks, and action relays so that I can make sure that I have everything aligned correctly. That would be hilarious. Just put you up on the wall, put you up on the wall. Okay. But I think that'll suffice for now. And then the only thing that I really want to do to kind of jazz this up a little bit is let me get an action relay here. And I'm also going to need one on Stengen. Come on, give me the rest. You're almost there. There we go. Okay, you are actor docking hinge. Set up action, and you are docking hinge reverse. And it's a good thing that I haven't buttoned up Stengen yet because it will make it easier to, add this to it. There we go. And I can probably just drop it in. Right there. Actor docking hinge. That way I know what it's for. And send signal. It's hard to see. That actually work? Does not seem that it worked. Why did you not work? Okay, I said that. Oh. Oh. Because Cruz is an idiot. You know what you need in order to send and receive signals, right? It's a really important part, and everything should have one. Guess what's missing from my base? That's right, an antenna. I don't have one on the base. So, in order to make this... yeah, exactly. Let's just pop this here. I don't need production. Give me some steel. It's like, no wonder it's not working. Okay. Pop that off. Add small head. Then rotor lock this. I need... And... oh, that's why, because I have... yeah, the number of times that I forget something incredibly important but equally inconsequential, it hurts. It hurts my soul. Almost there. That's upside down, but I don't care. Broadcast radius, we'll drop you down to a kilometer. And now it works. There we go. Wow, Cruz, you're an idiot. Awesome. All right, so now that I can do that, I can easily drive up, drop the hinge, back up into it, and we are good to go. Try not to blow it up already. And there we are. Excellent. It's not perfect, but it should be good enough. Should also be refilling. At least I think it should be refilling my hydrogen. Probably because it's not fully connected. Even though it should be. Yeah, because, well, yeah. I don't know. I don't know anymore. I have no more brain cells left to give. I'm all out of the ability to think. Speaking of, though, I think this is going to be a good spot to wrap up for today. So far, not too bad. We got more of the base put together. We've got a couple of refineries that just need to be, well, have their stuff built for them and then welded up. Got ourselves a new vehicle here, the Stengen, which should be a good vehicle for us. And our little base is starting to come along nicely. Oh yeah, and we got our solar panels set up. So we've got some extra energy going there. So all in all, pretty productive day. Did a little bit of exploring as well. That'll be awesome to do some more of, kind of figure out where more stuff is. We still need to find some silver, still need to find some gold. Both of those are going to be important. But I think what I might wind up doing for that, and this is one of the key features that I wanted to work on for the Stengen, but I'm thinking what I want to do is make it so that I can have a trailer attachment that will allow multiple trailers to be added behind it. But what I want to do is, instead of having the trailer attachment off of the back of this so that I've got like the rotors and the hinges and whatnot, I'll actually go ahead and use a merge block system so that I can merge block the trailer hinge to this and then attach and detach it that way. And that should hopefully make it easier when it comes time to connect the trailer to the Stengen and, disconnect it, store it, that sort of thing. So that'll probably be one of the other buildings that we work on, because I do want this to be sort of modularized buildings. I want them to be separated and have it so that there's a building specifically for storing the trailers and have them connected, recharging and whatnot. And just kind of make this more of a modular base as opposed to one big, huge grid like I normally do. So that'll be kind of the plans going forward, is starting to set that up. And then also at some point looking at making a trailer for doing drilling. And so I will be able to move the ore back and forth through the whole system. Hopefully. We'll have to see about that. So it may be one of those where I have to find a way to more easily do all of that, but we'll see. Other than that, though, that is going to be it for today. We are going to wrap this up. So as always, thank you all for joining me on these misadventures. So glad to have you guys along for the ride. You all have a wonderful day. Stay out of trouble. And remember, if you get caught, I don't know you. I will catch you guys tomorrow.